So welcome to Chief and Council's internal matters business. 10 a.m. Call the meeting to order. So adoption of the agenda for June 14th, 2024. Any additions or deletions? Any additions or deletions to be added to the agenda?
Well, looks good from my end.
Okay. Don't see any additions or deletions to the agenda. We'll move forward. I get a mover to adopt the agenda. Adopt it. Moved by Kyle,
I'll second that, Darlene.
Robert seconds. Now on to the minutes for April 19th, 2024. Action items. And tracking. This new topic was the wise glass. Derek, who wants to stay out there, that's just the ongoing. Second one is the world task fair to be involved in, that's still ongoing. The caribou herd, stroke affects the caribou herds and increases stress level. Or the, so we agree with the caribou, send BC Park a declaration, I'm not sure if that has been done. So. Dang it, I guess.
It isn't.
I think it's in. Regarding the SIMP MOU, that's still ongoing. It'll become today for the agenda.
Request there. In the in-camera section there, and we had the committee discussion. We strike the third name because they want to play it.
Okay.
And the ad hoc committee and the in-camera session,
Okay.
just strike the third name because they want to play it.
Oh, okay.
Derek submitted VCR for council for this.
I think like, we need to add additional, we have an addition to the agenda.
Okay.
So that is as a committee for the territory, right? Addition to agenda?
No,
No.
No.
It's strike the
Just
nation.
strike the third name on the committee
Okay, sorry.
and the chair.
Okay, Derek to submit a VCR for council for budget for the amount of the homes that are coming in. That was done. So back to me.
yeah, I did speak a bit, but yeah, no, it's still happening.
Okay, now we have the minutes from April 19th, 2024. Moved by Crystal. Wendy. Favor. So before we get into the agenda, I just want to remind everybody that are watching, if they can let other people, families member know that they're having today out here, Family Development Office, that they're having a Father's Day lunch. Welcome. Okay, the first one on the agenda will be Colfic.
It's
Yes. So I just want to let everybody know at 2 p.m. today, we'll be in in-camera session for the rest of the day. But Colfic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chief. Madam, you can let Trish in when Trish is available. Meanwhile, I'm just giving a little bit ahead, like what is the plan for the day from administration. So today in the first, after his presentation about 10-year grant, so we go through the proposal we have received from 6 electoral officers. So council, I have sent it to council like almost a couple of weeks back, like few weeks back to let them review the offers. So there is a summary version attached with the council package. So you can go through and the council can take a decision on like review further for selection of the electoral officer for next 2025 general election. And then we're gonna try to set up a with council consent definitely general membership meeting date. Since we have a governance policy that every 6 months we should have a meeting, we must have a meeting of should have. So we just finish our AGM. So sometime in 6 months, that is like May, June, July, August, September, October, November. By November, we have another meeting. We can call it general membership meeting. And number 3, I got a request from a membership, and the membership added 4 agendas. You can see at the very bottom, the agendas are there from membership. So those agendas have been included in the council for council discussion and information to the membership. And later part of the day, like 3:30 after the department presentation. So we have some important matter. So one important matter is like administrative and council matter that is in camera. So that is regarding some council matter too and some administration matter too. And the most important in today's council meeting is environment purchase decision. So we got an offer from purchase offer, so council reviewed it. We got fee assessment company. It has been we have summarized it. The board of directors reviewed, board of directors reviewed it, and they're gonna they sent a recommendation to the council table. So at 3:30, I'm gonna give a package to council, and basically all other information has already been sent to council. So that is like yesterday I got 3rd appraisal, and I just made a summary last night. So I'm gonna share with council that one. So that is the meeting looks like from administration. Except the department throughout the day. So, and Miss Trish is still here. Trish from his.
Yes. Nobody waiting to come in?
I did send her a message telling her that she can join whenever she would like. I have yet to see Trish join.
Should we?
It might be because on this agenda, I think it says 10:20 to 10:35. Is that what it says on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, she might not even be around. She might not even be around too.
She's in vacation now, but she told me that she will be available from 10 o'clock. So yesterday I had a communication with her. So she will join. So meanwhile, council member, should I
Yeah, continue on with,
until please join, should I continue with the second agenda? So if you kindly go through your meeting package 2.1.
Yeah.
Selection of the council review and selection of the electoral officer for 2025, placed in the general election from 6th to 1. So the process is started with, I communicated with the governance officer, person to credit in this, and then ask them that they are available, their list of the electoral officers and this is yours. So they sent me the list, and from that list, I communicated with all electoral officers, they sent me the list. And I got 6 response with offer. So in the statement, you'll see that the serial number, first name, last name, city or address, electoral officer or deputy or both, certified Indian Act, Constitution Election Act or both, comment as provided by electoral officers. Until this this section, this information is from this. And the quote amount and information from the quote, so that I added here. So number 1 is like Graham Richard Drew. He's from Victoria, Vancouver. Both deputy, both means like electoral officer or deputy, certified in Indian Act, First Nation or Election Act or both. Experience with online voting proposal, local capacity building website. So he quoted $15,000 plus travel, accommodation and other expense. Other expense include the membership courier fee. So there's 2 or 3 times. So the information here is like a little bit information. Detailed 3 steps, work plan provided experience of 37 election with list of First Nation. So I would suggest the council to go through a little bit detail of each proposal. Then you'll get an idea that how detailed they are. So number 1 is Drew North Service. So that is like Andrew and to Graham. So he gave a work plan of preparation of notification.
Robert?
Yeah, hey Tofik, just a quick question. Do you have the amount that Marcus Hadley was charging us for our last election by any, off the top of your head?
Yes, I top of my head, it is somewhere $15,000 or $18,000.
Oh, sorry, how much?
15 to 18,000, something like that. 18,000 could be.
15 to 18?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So what plan is like what Graham and Drew provided. So that is like I am impressed the way he provided this is the best outline he provided. If you compare with the other proposal, the preparation and notification, what he gonna do, step 1. In step 2, nomination and meeting and qualification of the candidate, what they gonna do. Step 3, election day and ballot counting, what they gonna do. And then they provided fees, $50,000. Expense estimated 12,000 on 160. That is like trip 1 from Vancouver to Prince George trip 2. Then mailing out, mailing 1, mailing 2, mailing 3, and miscellaneous $600 he mentioned. Timeline, related experience, and give the summary of consultant. Next step. So he gave a summary of voting management experience. You see the 37 election experience he has, including KG, First Nations, SICAS, Dylan, voting government, and
Say that name.
sorry, forgive me,
I love Josh.
SICAS, First Nation again. I cannot spell the name.
Let's,
Goa data enough.
Flash 10.
last time.
Yeah, Flash 10.
Oh, the list,
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
And Cochin Tribe, Inuit Native Band, Community Government, Iskar First Nation, Election Canada, and Woodland Cree First Nation. So 37 election experience he has. So that is our first candidate, Graham Drew. So going to the second one, still Bishop there, Ron Lawfer from Vancouver. So electoral officer and both. Indian Act First Nation election, both. comments as provided by electoral officer is provided. There is no information from his. Quote amount is 13,300 plus additional 185 per hour if travel, if required, plus travel, plus accommodation, plus reimbursement at actual. The information from the court, detailed work plan has not been provided, having 20 First Nation election experience, 11 other election in Canada and have international election experience as well. So there is another very good offer. So wrong offer, if we go number 2, statement of qualification and experience, a review of a double letter is given up to 30,000 voters to be served. Election held in one facility or several locations concurrently. Certified Indian and Northern Affairs Canada election officers since 2019. So he provided some reference in page 1. And the proposed cost, flat rate is 13,300, supplementary rate 185 per hour if required. Staff, the flat rate above includes my service for an election of size. A deputy electoral officer provided by me is not typically needed. If the nation like me to bring second electoral officer for the voting process, I will need to add 1,000 for that time and labor for election day and the surrounding travel directly. So while I communicated with them, so usually like previously I saw that the deputy electoral officer is being provided from the band, but I asked this time to the electoral officer, what if you provide that? So if you need any service from the band, so probably you can give you the information, but electoral officer and deputy electoral officer both from you.
Yeah.
So that is what we mentioned here, that if there is a deputy electoral officer, there will be some additional cost. Usually he doesn't need that, he mentioned. Supplies and travel, I would charge travel expense at cost and note that we would be happy to stay in the reasonable accommodation in around and polling station. So he gave a little bit resume, and the highlighted part is like, I am currently running elections for the Health Suk and Health Looks. Sorry, Josh can help me out.
Rolling rate,
Yeah,
That's on one page.
to come through. The second,
Yeah, folks.
and I have recently completed voting events for Sixen and Nakasbli. I also act an electoral officer for the Assembly of First Nations and BC Assembly of First Nations. In the last several years, I have served as an electoral officer for numerous nations and communities, including court order election for large religious situation up to 30,000 votes. I have about 20 years of international election experience in both. So, and then the second page is telling Chief Electoral Officer First Nation. So there are 20 First Nation. He was the electoral officer for 20 First Nation and others as well. So he has international election experience as well. Organization of Security and Cooperation of in Europe, Romania, United States, Albania, Uzbekistan, Hungary, and other Austria. Election observation. He has some election observation experience as well. So Palestine, Ukraine, Ottawa, Canada, Sri Lanka. So Council Member, I will suggest you something. So if you could in the summary page, since I'm going through with you for each electoral officer, you can rank there that how do you like the elected electoral officer. So if you note there at the very end of the day, so you can just recall quickly that what is your score for that electoral officer.
If I score somebody, I need to know, like out of 10, 5.
Yeah, out of 10 probably you can score.
10.
10.
That makes sense.
So our next proposal we received from Fred Schiffner from Delta, British Columbia. He's an electoral officer and both type of election he has experience with referendums too. So the quote amount he provided all inclusive 19,250. Supply of one deputy electoral officer plus all other costs including travel and accommodation. So he provided everything 19,250. Work plan provided plus experience information not provided. So, Sneaker Consulting Limited, so I'm going through their proposal. Number 3. The contractor's proposal, so here. Yes. So prepare all necessary documents for the nominating meeting and election, supervising the deputy electoral officer to ensure all documents are mailed and filed, mailed. Supply a post office box address, contact the official ballot account, answer any inquiries, appointed all deputy electoral officers, mail out all documents as required, supply at contractor's cost. Deputy electoral officer, his cost. The total fee will be 19,250, 50% of the contract fee to be paid during the signing of the contract. Fees include supply of polling station, ballot boxes, notice, etc., all travel or mileage charges, all time and labor of contractor, mailing or notice, all courier fees, all long distance telephone call. Band responsibilities is like arrange and be responsible facilitate nominating meeting. National will provide 2 clerks for the nomination meeting. Provide address list of voters ages 18 and over. Provide address list of band members who will be aged 18 and over. Courier contractor sign contract and check in the amount of 9,375. So he signed it, but he didn't provide much experience. So in the email, he wrote something here. Good morning, Tofik. I thank you for giving Shriva Consultant the opportunity to quote on the election requirement. I suggest the following dates for the election process. So he gives some timeline here. January 20, 2025, submission of the detailed voter list. January 24, posting of notice of nomination meeting and mailing out of nomination package. February 26, 2025, nomination meeting 6 to 9 p.m. March 5, 2025, mail ballot package to all off-reserve voters. April 10, election day. That was our third candidate. Third proposal. So, number,
Why is the April 10th is a Thursday?
so he just proposed it. So,
Yeah.
like, number 4 is like Valerie Simos Maldu from Maldo from Hazleton, BC, and electoral officer, deputy both, certified for Indian Act and First National Election Act both. So I have worked all over as far as William Lakes and New Ions area and Pinjors. Total amount 11,660, not mentioned, but yes, travel and accommodation. So travel and accommodation was not mentioned, but I think like they're gonna add the travel and accommodation. So this proposal does not include any work plan. No work plan or experience mentioned, just one page bid provided only with quote amount. So just one page.
Okay.
Nothing there. I want 11,660, no work plan. But when I sent that initial email to all electoral officer, I asked them their detailed work plan, their detailed proposal. And number 5, Craig R. Smith from William Smith. So he's electoral officer and deputy both. Certified Indian Act, First Nation and First National Election Act, both. Electoral officer for Indian Act, FNEA, Custom Election Code, and also a referendum officer. The quote amount is provided 8,000 all inclusive, 500 for additional days. He's not asking about hourly rate. And if anything he needs to work, the day rate is like $500 per day. $6,000 for service plus $2,000 for postage. So he break down the rate at $8,000 like that. Quote provided by email, respond, no work plan or experience mentioned. So just that he responded with email. So nothing else. So no work plan or anything, just email that this amount to be approximately 12 days including travel. My day rate is 500, which amounts to contract price of 6,000. This daily rate we included deputy CEO and anytime needed beyond the 12 days will be included in the contract amount. Other costs will be include accommodation, meals, travel, stationery and postage, which will total around $2,000. So $8,000. He provided the quote details on my email. Number 6 is Jolene Irons from Chilawat, electoral officer, deputy or both. They're both. She's both. And certified Indian Act, First Nations Election Act or both. So she's both. So the comments from ISK is like, hello, my name is Jolene Irons. I am a member of Deninu First Nation. I have been performing electoral officer duties for the past 3 years. I have traveled to many communities across Canada and helped facilitate many FNEA, IDER and custom code, chief and council election as well as various ratification, land court and treaty settlements. My approach when working with community is to be one of the heart and one mind. I'll work alongside the community to provide a seamless experience while treating my own members with respect and kindness. My services are completed with the utmost attention to details. I welcome the opportunity to work with the community Masicho. The quote amount is 12,750 plus all other costs, postage, travel, accommodation plus admin fee. Work plan provided with timeline, no past experience mentioned. So now if you go through detail, number 6. General, contact the 2025 Pledge First National General Election Board about April 9. She provided date April 9. Specific, develop a critical timeline and voting event checklist pursuant to the rules, supervising the minister vote operation, monitor compliance with rules, elect, poll and certify voting procedure on regular poll on in-person voting only, and then ensure poll facility are properly resources, certify voter eligibility, prepare and post, distribute mail and all necessary documents, supply an email for voter communication at no cost to voters, fully versed in the detail and content of the vote, and then the proposal amount. Electoral officer 10,000, staff member 2,000, cost recovery 10%. That means like any travel cost you're gonna recover plus add 10% admin fee. Actual cost 10%. Travel expense include that too. So all notice and mail ballot, cost recovery plus 10% admin fee. Polling station material supplies 250, altogether 750 plus travel. Human cost recovery plus 10% admin fee there. Compensation 50% upfront. So additional polling station beyond the scope of this proposal can be negotiated at any time. First Nation responsibilities are required from the administration. Identify at least one staff to be appointed as liaison between electoral officer and community at no cost. Provide voters electoral list of eligible voters pursuant to the rules. All poll location facilities at no cost. Provide a signed agreement and initial retainer. Provide legal advice from their solicitor at no cost. Any all color printing, any and all special postage, any and all related printing, any and all advertising cost. Provide an official appointment letter and copy of the bank council resolution. Tax exemption. If this tax exemption is to provide the things. So, and the rest thing is like general. So he provided a legal spreadsheet about the timeline and calendar days. So that is he did some work here that if that is the day, so he did some back calculation that what would be the date, like the provide public voter list to you, then provide of reserve eligible voter list, a date, pass notice to nomination meeting, the nomination meeting date. So she just provided some information. And the email itself. So these are the 6 proposals we received from from the electoral officer. No, Council of Robert, sorry.
Sorry, I might have missed the first part of the conversation, but are we making a decision on this today or July the 2nd?
We should try and secure somebody before they get scooped up.
Okay, okay, so Tofik, sorry, I'm just, you've said your stuff, right? You're done presenting?
Yeah.
Are we gonna, okay, so we're gonna have a discussion about this?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I have completed my presentation that the 6th proposal we received. Now, if you want to discuss more, if you want to take more time, but I got some follow-up from some, like Graham, I got follow-up, from Ron, I got follow-up, from Craig, I got follow-up, that what is the decision? I told that it will be, the decision will be in a newly convened council meeting.
Yes, so going through this, I noticed it's just a lot of mail-in and in-person voting. Are we still gonna continue on with the digital voting? Cause I know that there's some people who,
We can't do that.
no, there's some of the COVID restrictions.
Not on, under the Indian.
Okay, yeah, so before, okay, yeah, so if that's gonna be straight across the board here, could we do a call as a nation for updated addresses and email addresses? So we can get all the information into everybody?
I think that's done regularly.
Sorry, what did Josh, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was asking about the, I just want to be sure that all the mail-in votes are updated addresses, because they change a lot.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's a connection between the membership clerk and the electoral officer, correct?
Yeah. Or actually, it's the membership clerk to reach out and update the addresses before she gives them to the electoral officer.
Okay, so the other question I have is that if we have, like, we're getting a new electoral officer, I notice other nations, and I think I'm not entirely sure if it's an Indian Act thing or not, but publishing the voters list, I think it's an Indian Act thing where it has to be published, not the addresses, just the names of the voters on the membership list, an updated list. Because the last one was in the band office when we did the last election, if I'm not mistaken. So if there's
Yeah,
one in the
it has
band
to.
office.
Under INAC, it has to be posted. So what happens is they'll send an email to Tofik and tell them where to post it. It has to be posted in the front for public to see. Maybe it's got to be
Okay.
posted. And they got to write down exactly where it's posted, like it's say if it was here, it's at the health office, it'd be the reception on the right side of the desk posted, and then they got to sign off on it and send it back to INAC.
Okay, I noticed other nations actually post their membership list on their sites prior to their election. So I'm wondering if that's a Indian Act thing or if that's something that's a custom election code. Because I think that's important. As far as this goes and who is in, like, what we have sitting in here, I've kind of gone through everybody and I've checked up on all the people in this list. And the bottom three, Tofik's right, they're just kind of like, meh, they're just filler. The top three are the ones that I think, in my opinion, we should really be looking at. But the one that we really kind of should be looking at is the middle guy there, that Ron Laufer guy. He's got a lot of experience around the world when it comes to international elections. Seems like he's dead on. But that's just my opinion of one person that I think would be qualified to do this next election for us.
I think, I would agree with, Graham and Ron. Their proposals and their experience kind of speak for themselves. Yeah. Those are the two main ones that I pulled out.
Yeah, I scored them the highest as well.
Yeah, me too.
Councilor, I would suggest something. It is rank. Rank means like say, if council say decide for Graham who is the second person. If you cannot get Graham, who is the second person you know. So something like that. If you decide for the two, so who is the first, who is the second. So it will have a difference. That's it.
So,
I scored Ron 1, Graham 2, and Fred 3. But then, like, you know, like in priority, I didn't even touch the last 3. I agree with Robert. That one.
I scored them both high as well, the top two. The other ones I didn't get a very good score. Did score, what's his grade?
Oh, yeah.
Just 1 point higher just because he did do a budget.
Oh.
That's why. Robert?
So with that being said, I agree with Crystal, what she's saying about the top two guys, but so Tofik, you haven't called any of the references on any of these individuals, have you?
Not yet. Like the reason is like, so after today's meeting, so say, if you decide for these two, then I go for the reference check because I didn't know yet, whom should I check reference. So reference checking is something like if you start checking the reference before initial decision making, they always get it is like, you know, like they get the information, somebody is checking the reference.
Yeah.
So at least like if you give me a shortlist today, so I can check the reference accordingly.
Okay, that's the only other question I had. Thanks.
Crystal, so I'm just documenting it here. So you both say both, but who is top?
I put Graham as well. I did Graham, sorry. Closed it. Graham, Ron was my number 2, and I actually did, my number 3 was Jolene.
Oh, Graham is number 1 or number
1 for me.
number 1, and Ron is number 2. Ron, who is number 2 for you?
Wrong.
Ron is number 2.
Yeah.
And when did you put number 1 for
Ron.
Graham, number 2 for?
Graham. Number 3, Peter, or whatever his name is there.
Number 3,
Fred.
number 3.
Yeah.
And Crystal, you are 2, number 3, Fred. Oh, no, number 3. Okay. Fine.
I have Ron, number 1,
Ron, number 1.
Graham 2,
Ron, number 1,
Ron, number 1.
2, and
Then
Jolene
number
3.
2. Then number 3. Robert, you mentioned Ron number 1.
Yes.
And number 2.
Yeah, well, considering everybody else's choices, I'll just leave mine with Ron at the top, and that'll be it for me. Just the one selection.
One selection.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't work out, I mean, if he's already taken, then I would fall onto Drew, and that would be it. I don't, but one of them are probably going to end up taking it anyway. So
Okay, so Drew is the second one then.
Yeah.
If that person is not found, okay.
What kind of, looks like the majority is for Ron.
Yeah.
So he'll be the first one to check the dates, to secure the dates.
Yeah, I'll contact you. So now, next process will be, I'll contact with them, with Graham. And if Graham is available, I'll ask for the next process that, what is the next process that probably need to sign the contract and we need to send the BCR to. So once he send me his confirmation of availability, I'll keep all council in loop. That, or like, you know, initial communication I make with Graham, I'm gonna keep you in loop. All council in loop.
Be number 1.
Yeah, with Ron. Definitely.
Robert?
yeah, just one other comment about this too. When it comes to the chief electoral officer for the band, I think as council, keeping ourselves at arm's length away from this guy. Not, I mean, I get we have a duty to govern and stuff like that, but just making sure that as governance, we're kind of keeping our distance from the chief electoral officer and everything and anything should be going through the executive director to ensure, well, as per the policy, and I don't have it in front of me here, so I can't really quote it, if there is any around the chief electoral officer to make sure that he's kept at arm's length from the council as well for transparency in this upcoming election.
We don't have nothing to do with it, we just have to help
Help us.
hire because
And,
just to make sure it's not what's that, I think probably.
I also would like to mention here something. So we get an election officer, so we're gonna start the process. Means like, we know that we have some election officer, but there are some course of action in the administration. So I previously notified, and we have a complex needs here in administration. So there should be a code of conduct of employee. So a lot of our employees, they are candidate for the election. A lot of employees, they are the relative, close relative of the candidate. So there is something like, say, social media boosting, all those things. I have clean control there. I have a policy there. I can control my staff. But my staff, I'm referring to there also, they could be candidate or like they could be like relative, close relative of a candidate. So here, I wouldn't have any control outside the office hours. So this is something like I'm discussing with council member because there is nothing there. Outside of office, if they campaign for themselves or their relatives, so I probably wouldn't have anything. But something like in office, I can put a notice that will be strictly if anyone solicits, if anyone make any campaign things for themselves or like for any relative, it could be like immediate suspension, something like that. I want to put something in notice to the staff, so that is in my plan. So previously got some little bit complaint about some of our stuff, but I don't want to see any complaints. So I'm gonna take all pre-measure on that.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so council member, you are all on board with me, so I'm gonna do that because you're gonna
During
get,
office hours, yeah.
yeah, you're gonna get
Yeah.
complaint.
Yeah.
When I take this action, some employee gonna, come hot. They're gonna tell me so many things, I know, but doesn't matter if you are on board.
Mm-hmm. Yep, sounds good.
Good job.
So, looks like Trish is not here. I sent her email too, but I didn't get response, so I'm continuing. So the next item is like general membership meeting date. So our policy says every 6 months, so we completed the AGM, so MGM. So it would be great if council, if you kindly decide a date today, so then I will have a plan like, and put it in the action.
Okay, it should be in November.
So we did like,
May, June, July, August. November.
February, June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah.
Should be November the 18th is the date you have to have it by, because our last meeting, I would consider the AGM a general members, part of the general membership meeting. So I would say within that time frame, so anywhere between now and November the 18th.
So are we wanting to do it on a weekend? Or are we gonna do it during the week? Cause the 16th would be the Saturday. Or the 17th, the Sunday.
I think a weekend would be the best, so
Yeah.
Just,
can join.
yeah,
November the 16th is the whole available, November 16th.
oh, actually, let me just look.
Robert?
So just with that too, it's the format of how it's going to be run. So I think we're all in agreement that I'm assuming that we're probably not bringing everybody home for this. And it would probably be more of a virtual thing. And if you can attend in person, that's fine, and maybe get somewhere like House of Ancestors, for the locals and people that are coming in, but it's on their own buck. Like, it's not anything that we're going to support bringing everybody home again, correct?
Mm,
Yeah, I would think that would be the way it is. But the 16th, I'm just saying, just because when I'm looking at the calendar, the 16th is the only Saturday other than the 2nd that's open. So if everybody agrees, I can just put a hold on that date, so.
16th?
Say today it doesn't get booked for some crazy reason.
Okay, yeah, I would recommend to book it. Wendy?
I'm just flying off the bucket here, but what if they phone and they request? They can't afford to come, but they like to come. What do we do? Cause,
Good question. Special?
I think it's why we have the virtual auction.
yeah,
Just looking at the cost of the AGM, if we're gonna do that every 6 months, that's
okay,
an astronomical cost.
okay, yeah, I know, but like, I mean, I'm just saying that. Mhm.
If we get a request, okay,
Yeah.
Robert? Then Topik.
So I think just in my thought process here, guys, I think it's more of like, what's the contents of a general membership meeting? So what are we like, we know we have to have one, but what exactly is going to be the contents of the general membership meeting? So not bringing everybody home, but people that can interact from a virtual standpoint. You know, this is about the membership. This is them bringing things up to us and talking to us about it, right? So I think in all fairness that, you know, we all appear in person at the House of Ancestors where they can talk to us and interact with us from a distance, or if they're in person. What's going to be decided for the agenda? I'm not really clear on that because I looked in the policy and I think general membership meetings are just, it's not a big bitch session. I don't think it's not for people to come and just say, you know, I'm mad or upset, but they're allowed to bring I believe that they're allowed to bring some issues that they have of importance to the community forward. I think. I'm not entirely sure how that looks.
An update from council and staff.
Yeah, you know what, Dolly, you're exactly right. And that's that, I think, yes, because I think it's just to keep them updated on everything, and then there's a Q&A session or whatever, however it's going to be formatted, but definitely not a bring everybody home deal.
Okay, so the 16th, oh, sorry, Topik.
Yeah, so council member, just for your information only. So the last AGA in Civic Center, not this one. So it cost us somewhere like $550,000. But this time it was significantly low actually. So it was like $391,000 altogether. We booked all invoices and processed payment for Civic Center and Modern. And there was a tenant in a board meeting. It was on Wednesday evening. So it was presented the cost, and I requested that if first is board thought about contributing this money to the bank, like last time. So tenant in the board of directors, they approved it to pay the bank, reimburse the cost of the ATM. That is $391,000 this time. That's for your information.
Okay, while we have, okay, so it's set. All councils agree.
The 16th?
November 16th, 2024. Updated community meeting at the HOA. And so it's not on the agenda, but while we do have the calendar out, we should find our community Christmas dinner date.
Ooh, yeah, that's November, December.
Crystal, what days do you have available?
Christmas, you said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I scroll way down and it's really hard without my notes. And so with that, are we wanting a Saturday?
Yeah.
So how about the 21st of December? Does that work or
You have something wrong with December 7th?
I don't? I have a Christmas
14th?
party on the 30th, 7th and 14th.
Oh,
Christmas party for Fortis BC Emergency Management Christmas Party
The 8th?
and Cites.
The 8th?
Sunday, the 8th. It's the 20th is our last day. The 8th. The 8th?
Christmas party there.
Sunday would be nice to have dinner and
On Friday?
you get more people on the weekend.
What about the 1st of December?
December
Because
1st.
then it's better for planning.
Perfect. I think that
Does
would
that
be good,
work
because it's a
for
Sunday,
everybody?
we have a dinner and break bread and visit and
And that is community?
community.
Okay.
So that's the first time at HOA?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess I should put who.
Yeah, because then that'll be better, because like the last year, there was, some people had like Christmas parties and stuff for schools and stuff.
Robert?
Okay, so have we made a motion for the first one yet?
I think we're all in agreement.
Mhm.
November
Okay,
6th.
can we have a motion for that, just so that we're on the Robert's Rules of Orders?
Motion for the November 16th for general meeting update, moved by Josh, seconded by Wendy, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Moved. Motion carried. Okay, December 1st for our annual Christmas community dinner at the HOA in Mover. Wendy, seconded Crystal. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Next one.
Next on the agenda, I don't see the Trish here yet, today, but remember, you gotta remember she was on vacation, you said?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Oh, comes the goodness.
Maybe he.
Oh, maybe
forgot.
Rob? Robert?
Yeah.
Sorry, I put my hand down. I didn't have a question, sorry.
Okay.
So the next item we are talking about in the same time, it is agenda from membership. So I got a agenda from a honorable member about the 4 points, 4 items that we will discuss. So I'm reading one by one for council input, and whatever council want my input, please let me know. So the first thing is like, I got the email on June 10. So the first request is like AGM for the Economic Development Corporation business, a special AGM for the Economic Development Corporation of to take it in it.
Josh?
So is this for the nation account, or is it for Tano?
Oh, yeah, so the membership is asking for the AGM only for 10,
Okay.
Economic Development Corporation.
Is that going with the November
16th.
16th?
Yeah.
Add them to the agenda?
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
You need a meeting for that?
I think we need a motion for just adding it on the agenda. Good idea. For the November 16th, 2024.
Okay, that is AGM. So the second question observation from the membership is like, a request for the information of evidence on the topic of the Caledonia ski trails or traditional land was given or provided to ski club. When the topic was brought up, it was requested if there was legal advice provided the nation in order to give away land. The reply from the council on May 19, 2024 was the letter was signed date. It would be great to have that public information.
Okay, I can answer to that as it's directed at my comment. I do see, if there was legal counsel for the nation in order to give away land, the land was never, that was never the request. The request was a letter of support to extend their trail. And Rofik has, I believe, with him, the documents, the original signed letter of support. And then afterwards, there were some concerns from the community brought up. to myself and to the Natural Resources Department, and I think maybe, some of you around the table. So that letter was later rescinded with, detailed reasoning as to why we were no longer in support of the expansion. We do have copies of all of it. I don't know if it can be put up, which I don't think it can, but I can pass it all around the table if everybody would like to see that. And Robert, we do have it in, office, because I don't think we can put it on screen.
No, that's fair enough, Crystal. So, sorry, is it okay if I speak now?
Yep.
Okay, so the letter originally that was sent, I'm glad it was rescinded. Now, there's a lot of opposition to this trail, and the reason why there's opposition to this trail is because people live on this belt, and they've actually brought it to my attention. I know there's proponents of this. I can't remember the fellow's name. I think it's Jim Burbay, something like that. Has described this place, this belt, green belt, as just a vacant lot, which isn't true. And if they're going to be doing stuff like this, I'm glad that the letter's rescinded and the reason we're not giving our support. But there is an application in front of the government right now that you all need to be made aware of, that they're trying to push this through. And we need to, from a band's perspective, make sure that we're doing our due diligence to not only look out for our interest, but the community of Prince George as well. And let them know that we are not in support of this, as we have our ways of when there's land, crown land that's being looked at, being utilized within the city or anywhere in our traditional territory, that we have an obligation to not only the nation, but the community, to make sure that archaeological assessments are done, all kinds of things are in place before anything goes forward. So that's the big thing about this one right now. And yeah, the letter, I'm glad it's been rescinded and not supported. So thanks for that, Crystal. I appreciate that.
So I'm just a little confused here. So what's the difference between the Caledonia ski trail expansion and the Pidermi?
There is none. There is no difference. The difference is that it's on one side of the river to the other. And that's what I mean. Like, they're finding bones up in Piderni. So who's to say that there's not going to be bones or some kind of pit house or something like that in that green belt? So that's the important part about this, is that we're making sure that our interests are being looked after first. And that's pretty much it. I don't know. There's nothing else to.
Right, and the next one is a topic with land management in determining if the.
Sorry,
specific
Tofik.
Sorry.
Sorry. With this application, we should maybe get Benga to look into what the Caledonia people are looking for and where their application's at right now, so we can have our say in that process as well, because I don't believe that letter is submitted into that application as a not supporting it. And I believe that it should be. We should be getting a hold of Mr. Burby and letting him know that this will be sent to the province as well, about this land that's being looked at, because it sounds to me like they're just trying to get ramrodded through at this point. And I don't think that's fair to our process, and I don't think it's fair to the residents on Cranbrook Hill.
You're right, Robert. And when I did speak with Benga regarding, rescinding the letter, that was his, he was gonna send to both, so I am CC'd on the Burby guy email, so I'm not sure if the other one went out, so I think that would be an action item. Yes, they do.
Awesome. Thanks, Crystal.
Next item?
Yeah.
So, the next item is a topic within land management in determining if the Clearwater Council pursued a variance to the LTN land use plan zoning designations to put a commercial or industrial enterprise in a residential designated zone, and how did they go about it, and if it was changed pursuant to the Clearwater Land Code and Clearwater Land Use Plan that was formally ratified by a community referendum.
As chair of Lands Authority, I can give a response to that. After reviewing and my own observations with the land use plan and the land code, our 2017 land use plan and the land code, they appear to me that a variance to the land use designation may not have been required because it appears to comply with the existing land use designation of community development, which again was ratified. And I do have the map here, which does state, so unless council considers the LTN contracting, which I believe is the business in question, doesn't meet that approval as a commercial business related to our land use plan and of the community development designation. So I don't know if that's something that anybody can look at and answer, because to me it does. I think that with the relocation from the business from off reserve was in the best interest of the nation. That's my from what I see, as it eliminates wasting profits on the leased land off reserve, the property taxes, and any other free fees, and it brings it all back to the nation as LTN contracting is OSR. Again, I do have the map here. And yeah, anybody can correct me, but that's what I get out of it. I don't know if you have anything to say as land.
Well, yeah, they did have, like, it does show that moving LTN over onto reserve, they did fit all the requirements from my understanding, from me being on Lands Authority for a while. And if I remember correctly, I can't remember what year, because I was on Lands this year, then the year before, I wasn't the year before that, whichever that was. I remember us talking about it back then when the nation didn't own LTN yet, and that we were gonna try to get back our businesses underneath our own authority and to move them to the reserve south side. So as far as I know, it fit all the requirements, and that's why they put LTN where it is today. According to the land code that we have.
I mean, the map is black and white. I do have the map on my computer in our, when I circled where. I'll show you I can show you on the computer where there's actual color. Again, it's off of my work picture, which is black and white.
So fine.
It's tired of it. I have that too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, the last question from the membership is like, is there any update on the election code progress since May 19, 2024 presentation? What are the community next steps? So, Councilor, if you're okay, I can answer that
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
So, the next process is like, as identified Sonia and as presented during the AGM. The next step will be the community engagement. So there is this, she presented and that there are the set of responsibilities for each role, like an as Sonia Pekin as a lawyer, and then the membership, then chief and council, then the administration. So Sonia, at this moment, we are in a process to set up a meeting, council with Sonia and the chief and council. And there are some suggested dates, so we're gonna talk about that and try to set up a date today. And after meeting with chief and council, Sonia gonna start with the membership engagement part. So according to the plan she provided, it is like,
Mhm.
so it is attached in the package, I mean the today's package. So the election code is like, that is the next part is the community engagement part will come after Sonia meet with chief and council.
Mhm.
So council members, please give me a date. As Sonia suggested, the dates there are Wednesday, June 12th or July 3, either at lunchtime or after 5 p.m. Thursday, June 13, 2027 and July 4, anytime. So June 14, 28, July 5, anytime. So
14th, sorry. June 14th.
June 14, yeah.
June, oh, okay.
28th and what else?
28 and July 5.
28.
I'll have to confirm with you tomorrow, because I'm supposed to have a call with the ministers. Days.
And what are the times on the 28th? We do have the wastewater.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
yeah, the wastewater thing.
So,
11 to 12.
and then Josie's birthday from 1
Yeah.
to 4.
On the 4, yeah. That's
Okay.
for July 5th then?
Oh, so
Sorry,
Patrick
what?
provided actually Friday, June 28, anytime.
When's Josie's birthday again? I
The
forgot.
28th,
1 to 4?
1 to 4, yeah. Josie picked the time and the date.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Oh, cute.
And just an FYI, instead of buying her gifts and stuff, or if you could donate to her bingo fund, and she really likes
I've seen
scratch
that.
mints. And she really likes scratch mints too, so.
Yeah.
June 28, from 9 to 11 a.m. June 28.
June 28th in the morning, yeah.
June 28 in the morning. So the first order is 11 o'clock, right? So from
Yeah.
morning, probably Sonia would need an hour or something like that. And she indicated somewhere.
Can we have the Zoom out here? Because this is where we're doing the water thing.
Yeah,
We did it at 9.
Because we're doing so much.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
11, yeah.
And it's only gonna be an hour?
Uh,
Is it?
There's some indication here, could be an hour or something,
Okay.
but possibly 1 hour or 2 hours. So if it is 2 hours, we can start at 9 o'clock, June 28.
Start at 9.
And if we're out here,
Yeah. If we're gonna be out here for the water.
from 9, it's gonna be.
9. Ah,
That's the song, right?
sorry, so did you say 9 o'clock, Crystal?
Not, yeah, and the probably we'll do virtual, and it'll work best out here, just because then the wastewater, groundbreaking is at 11 out here.
Yeah, then we're not rushing from town to here. Okay,
Okay, okay, thanks.
I'll send the email to Sonia, our council decision, June 28 at 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
everybody. So it is 11:10. Have like a 10-minute break.
What's something?
Trish, so remember she's on vacation?
Yeah, so I think she's not one.
We'll just have a 10-minute break and then we'll be back.
Okay, so we would have
Thank you.
done three then.
What's coming up? Sorry, guys, what's coming up on the agenda?
Education.
Education.
Okay, I'm gonna have to duck out here for a bit, you guys, so.
Okay,
I read the policy. Is this with the draft policy, Crystal and Josh?
yeah,
Okay, I read it. I read the draft policy and you guys put together something really good there. From what I read so far, it looks really good, but I'm just gonna duck out for a little bit here, okay?
Yeah.
okay, 10-minute break.
Mm.
I think it says as well, it says for what, education department.
For funding is some students requested for funding.
We got that one lady. That one in the States, remember? That one-
Oh,
The one
Oh.
who paid for her education.
Oh, yeah, that's right, too.
And I think,
Snowflake.
I think that she did it.
I think,
I would totally approve that.
ours is like, I think you was,
Portions over everything else.
That, I thought it was
The person I started reading.
first semester.
You guys said again.
Yeah. Adam, we're back. Okay, we're back, and the next one on the agenda is the WAD. Want to join in us virtually?
Yeah. Going to
You
join
have the floor.
virtually.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, the items to discuss, overview of education department and a few recent activities. Crystal and Josh know all about it, but I wanted to let everyone else know. I'll provide you some information related to post-secondary education funding situation for this academic year. We will be talking about education celebration. We have put out a request or call to get the people who could make the drums. We have received some responses. We'll discuss about that. I will request a date for the policy review, not only the education one, but also the procurement one I'm working on. And finally, I will provide you a little bit of quick update for capital projects. First things first, so recent activities include the policy work with Josh and Crystal. I wanted to show you how the post-secondary funding application looks like. So this is basically a screenshot from our website once we go to the department, and it's right there, the link. So if the link is clicked, it takes it to the online application. Rezi, our new IT intern, has put a lot of time creating this. So this is just how it looks. And it is all done in the platform called JotForm. So this is what it looks in the back end. And we can look into the submissions once people start submitting. And all the data we collect, it comes into a form of a table, which can be downloaded as an Excel table as well. Also, everything the students will upload in terms of required documents, such as a letter of acceptance, or the details related with the courses they are taking, and the T4 or notice of assessment for their income. All of these will be recorded right here, which can be downloaded, looked back for reference, and there's no way anyone can lose it. And also it helps in a way that we will know that if there is any document missing for any student, we can quickly reference it if we need to decide on LOA or something similar to that. So we will be putting monthly check-in form in the same way in the website, and that will be one requirement to get the LOA processed every month. So that would be a good checkpoint for both the education department and also finance, who's getting what and how much.
So if a student just fills out a form and just submits it, or just?
Yeah, submits it and everything comes into that table automatically. And this is how it looks. So we can see the analytics of the application package and stuff. What's received. It's the data record keeping becomes so much easier this way.
Nice.
This is the education committee member call out. This is not out yet. I'm planning to put it out if everything looks good. After a number of discussions, we have come to a consensus that we will have one CNC or UNBC faculty or staff in the board, which could be a member or non-member, just to have the academic expertise in the education committee. One on reserve or off reserve band member, parent of an existing LTFN student at any level, and one LTFN post-secondary education student representative. That person will not have any voting or decision-making authority, but can bring out the real-time experience of the students and be a voice of the students out there.
Good.
And the education committee responsibilities are outlined in here in the next column. It's also outlined in the policy as well. Once the policy is approved, it would be kind of the same thing. And the requirements are having an educational background, preferably post-secondary, but at least grade 12, not be a staff or a council member of Gladly. Acknowledge that it's going to be a voluntary position, but there will be a little bit of honorarium, and we require a commitment approximately 60 hours annually. Approximately, it could be a little bit less. I don't estimate that it would be more. And since this call was out there in different formats, different time, so I'm not too sure if anyone ever submitted it. So I just kept one note at the very bottom that if anyone have ever submitted a letter and did not receive an acknowledgement, probably we missed it. So they can resend this, just so people are aware. What do you think, if there is any comment or feedback on this, or anything we should change?
So the education committee, I just have one, is it for Prince George area only, or is it open to all members?
It's open, in my understanding, it's open to all members because they don't have to come in person for meetings or whatever they're required to do. The major activities or involvement is assisting in evaluation of funding applications, providing recommendation to council that in important policy matters, say annual maximums or tuition reviews for specialty courses, how this is related with the real-time situation, whether or not there are other options for those specialty courses which could be cheaper, those kind of information.
Hey, Crystal and Josh.
And I think, as Zawad has in there, the time commitment approximately 60 hours a year, so it's very minimal. It's about 5 hours.
Okay.
So, it's definitely doable for any membership.
That's nice.
So, looking at the call out, I think it'd be good to have a time limit on how long somebody could sit on the committee. And that way it's kind of a revolving of community members.
Do we want to do that? That's a very good point, actually.
Yeah, it
Do
is.
we want to do it 2 years term kind of a thing? What do you think?
If we maybe run it in alignment with our election process, because yeah, as Josh said, right, there's the different categories.
Only problem is with that, when the new council comes in, that's around in April, May, right? And that's a rush time for education committee because that is the time they evaluate the funding applications.
You're right, yeah.
At the end of the school year of the
Yeah,
election.
and the end of the school year would be nice.
Mhm.
Maybe in the September time. Okay, so again, is it 2 years?
Mm.
I think that's a good 2 years would be good for me.
And it'd be good to point out that the committee that we have now may be expanded on. We're not limited to it.
Yeah.
If needed, when the specialists are small and built up.
Sorry, what's that?
The amount of committee members we have, there could be a possibility that it could be expanded,
Oh, okay.
but that'll be the trial year or the trial term, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll just reevaluate it
Mhm.
and see how things are going.
Okay. Anything else you want me to add in there?
Mm.
How long we should keep this call open for?
Yeah, and I think, sorry, that's the thing. Because you may just have to repost it if you have a deadline.
Yeah,
So I say keep it out there until you have the.
until position is filled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's filled.
Okay. All right, I will make those edits and post it. Moving on. So till today, we have received 25 applications. This is a public meeting, so no names are in here. So let's say we are preparing a draft policy, and we are setting up an annual maximum. So let's say all 25 are funded. For example, we need, according to the annual maximum we're going to set, if approved, it's going to be $1 million. So and the post-secondary budgeted amount in this year's budget is $821,000. Not necessarily it's all, we know where it's coming from, but it's in the budget at least. The confirm amount we have from ISC is $267,000. So we still have a shortfall. We have to find out from where the money is coming from. But if we fund all of those, we still have quite a bit to find out. There is a shortfall, 180,000 almost. That's in a situation where we are going for annual maximum and funding all of those applications. When we talk about the applications, in the same day we review the policy, we will find there are a few applications which may not fit under the policy itself. So my estimation is it's probably going to be within 800,000, not reaching $1 million. So that's kind of a very, very rough estimate, ballpark, not knowing all information for every application yet. We still have to figure out a lot of information because there are more than a few applications which do not have enough information in that. Just wanted to give you a idea that what type of programs are being most requested for in terms of funding. So if you can see, a lot of funding requests are less than 2-year-long programs, different type of certificate programs and such. As it sits currently, we are receiving requests which are not necessarily even a post-secondary education. It's more professional development or professional coaching kind of stuff, which is not education. You know what I mean? So in the decision discussion, we will speak more or talk more about those things. But there's a good amount of people who wants to go for at least programs for at least 2 years or diploma, something similar. And we have seen a lot of undergrad students as well, which is fantastic. Next is any question in this one? Okay. Next is vendor selection. So we have received 4 responses. I have taken the names out, but the information is for 25 drums. We have 2 quotes, which are $5,000, so $200 a drum each. In one of those, the vendor offered preparing bags, which would be an additional of $61 should we choose. The first 5,000 one, we didn't receive any photo or sample. The second one, we did receive a photo and a little bit of information. The third one is $37.50 for 25 drums, which is $150 a drum, elk hide. And that person offered a workshop if we wish for, where the recipients can do painting and stuff in their drums. And that would be an additional $626. And the fourth one is kind of in between, $175 a drum. Again, no photo or sample was received with that submission. So that's where we are at. And the second one, sorry, before I make it open, the second one also offered a small card, which is a good wish to the graduating students at no cost.
Joshua?
Did they say what size the drums would be?
No. Unfortunately, I don't have the size. Let me double check once more.
What is the standard? 8 diameter?
10 usually.
10 usually? Hmm.
Yeah, I don't see diameters or any specifications.
The picture looks like it's 10.
Oh, one of that, sorry, my mistake. The second submission does say the drums would be 15 inches.
Mm. Mm.
That's big, yeah.
That's big. That's pretty fair size, actually. That's actually a nice size.
Crystal?
Mine's just more a question for clarification just so everybody is aware, the vendor selection, they are all band members that put the proposals forward, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Oh,
And the
okay.
third one is 14 inches. The 3750, that's 14 inches.
14, 15 workshop.
And they put on a workshop, yeah, that's what's the offered for $626.40, is that their pay? What they
It's
need?
their pay. It's their
facility,
honorarium.
Then we have to rent the hall and
Yeah, everything else.
And we have to get the materials as well.
And how I received the third one is, I think the
Hmm.
person almost thought that it's a drum making workshop, not a gift. I think the information wasn't very clear to the person who submitted. But anyways, it was offered, so I wanted to throw that information in here.
So would they provide the 25 drums that we're paying them to do and for community members to build them?
Sorry, what's that? 25?
So they want to do the 25 drums at 14 inches and then they want to hold a workshop.
I found this on the web for what's that 25?
Sorry, that's silly.
Okay,
survey that's reading.
yeah, I was like, so would that, so the drums that they are making for the graduates, would that be a part of the workshop? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
25 drums we made?
Yes, they will make the 25 drums in the workshop. The graduates can learn how to paint them.
And number 2, the deer and elk hides, and they offer bags. What
They
are the
said
bags?
bags can be purchased as well. That would be additional $61 per bag.
Oh,
Drum bags?
Put the drum in the
Drum
bag.
bags.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Yeah, those are cool.
1,500.
So that's an extra $1,500, so it'd be up to
60.
7,000.
Mm. But those are 15-inch drums, so that's pretty.
So that's the big drums.
Yeah, that's nice
If
stuff.
I had to pick one, I'd pick the third one. Because those are, you said 14 inches for number 3, right, Zawad?
14 inches.
Like the
That's
Yeah,
correct.
so it's just a much smaller.
So are they gonna make the drums and then just have them painted? Or do the graduates have to assemble their own drums so we can gift it to them?
I will tell you what it exactly says in the email. Okay.
Okay.
So it says that my workshop is called Encompassing the Ring of Communication. In the workshop, I talk about the drum, look at the medicine, and learn about some of our weaknesses and strength and why we communicate the way we do, and then bring in a new way of communication. I use cedar to construct the drum rings and will use elk hide for the drum. I would prefer a 2-day session so the participants can paint their drum on the second day. I hope to be considered for your workshop. That line makes me think the person who submitted thought it's a drum making workshop. So I can talk to, if that is your preference, I can go back and talk to that person and say, hey, we are buying these drums, but we are interested to have a workshop one day, maybe to get the graduates utilize their time for painting, or you could just say, no, we do not need the workshop. However, you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I thought they'd be assembled to be gifted to the students.
Yeah.
What, can you clarify if the 3750 would have the drones be assembled?
From the
Number 3.
no, from the submission I have, it doesn't specify that. It just says 14-inch hand drums. That's all.
Would you be able to reach out to them to see if that would be the cost of it
Absolutely,
being
I can.
assembled? Yeah.
So
Yeah,
can I have a
workshops,
decision, say if it is assembled, if it is
Yes.
apple to apple, for example?
So
Then
they might charge more than if they're assembled.
No, I'm saying that for the same price which you see on the screen, if it is the price for having it assembled, similar to number 2, for example, or number 1, then we go for number 3. That's the decision.
Mhm.
I would wait until I get
Yeah.
back from number 3 to see what they,
Okay, I can do that.
if they're gonna charge extra for having it already pre-assembled. And then we can go from there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Jawad. So after you get the information, please share this slide with council and ask for the decision. So probably email approval would be great, okay? Instead,
yeah, we can do an email approval.
email approval.
Sure, so I'll do that then. I will reach out and get the clarification, and then I will email our council. Only thing is I will need the approval as soon as possible because most of them need 3 to 4 weeks to make them.
Yeah. That takes a while.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
well,
thank
if
you.
you email them today, if you get a response today, just let us know.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do it right away after the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so policy review, education policy, the application approvals, like the applications we have received, new students, returning students, and the procurement policy. I was looking at the date of June 26th, if that works with all of you.
Yeah, so Jawad, sorry for interruption. So actually, not only these 2 policies, we have 3 policy ready. So as you recall, council members, early of this year, we are committed to provide you a review policy on your table to review and approve. So that one including the health policy, housing policy, basically. So we included, we have been working on the procurement policy, and council member, you work with our education policy. So we have 3 policy ready now: education, procurement, and housing policy. So basically, we need a whole day.
Mm.
Okay, I'll have to get back to you, 'cause I know my calendar's booked for June.
Okay,
Isn't there DFLD?
DFO.
DFO day. That's all there too.
Yeah, it is.
is that on 26th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
DFO.
We have DFO all day.
How about 2nd, July 2nd?
I'm booked that day. Can I get back to you on Monday?
Yeah.
So Powwow weekend might not be back in.
I'm not crystal either.
Only thing is, sorry, Tufik, only thing is I need this, the education piece done, the
Mhm.
policy, so that I can have a decision on the application approvals. Because until the, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, before 26, can you spare at least 2 hours for the education on, because I know Jawad is there.
I gotta look at my calendar. Like I said, I'm booked until July.
Anytime or in weekend, not anything, 2 hours for this education policy especially.
Just the education one, because if I don't have the policy done, the education, then I can decide on the applications.
Could you do the 17th
June?
next Monday? Or this Monday? Because I know anything after that's gonna be.
There's
NIT
something
stuff.
on the 17th. What is it?
I have Clyde. I have the meeting with the chiefs.
At the home.
What about Juneteenth, the 19th?
Maybe 2 hours?
On the morning, on the night. No, I wouldn't afternoon.
The 18th?
18th, I'm doing a flyover with Benga. How bad is our next agenda? Council agenda
Can we grab
Okay.
it?
on the
20th.
20th.
20th. It is kind of full. So I sent it yesterday. Let me just go check. One thing, just give me one moment.
Or
Uh,
is anything on the agenda for Aboriginal Day?
No,
I haven't got it.
I haven't gotten one.
Nothing.
And it's usually at lunch.
That's, it's also the Spirit Bear Day unveiling. So
That's at 5.
the evening.
Yeah, I accepted that. That's at 5 PM. But the Aboriginal Day one, well, why couldn't we do, if you guys don't mind coming in on 21st in the morning?
I'm in my office anyway.
Here, okay, what's the 20th?
20th. I'm opening for 20th. So
What's the agenda?
It's big.
I'm gonna make a weird request.
Because I have to leave at 4 for it. Because
Oh.
I'm working at the home
On 20th.
on the 20th at 4.
Okay, what did we say about the 19th? Can we just run it from 3 to 5?
19th. 19th by 3.
I'm good.
19th, 3 to 5? We'll make
I
it work.
work two
Sure.
days.
19th.
The 19th?
Okay,
3 to
if
5?
19th works for all of you, then if you don't mind me seeing in a computer screen, I will make it work because I'm on leave next week, but I will make it work.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
But it's fine. It's fine. I will just come in virtually because I'm not in town. I will make a presentation on the policy. I'll talk with you all. Crystal and Josh already knows the policy very well. So if you don't mind doing that way, I can do that. I'm happy to do that.
5? Can
Sure.
we'll just make it work.
Yeah. The 19th? Okay.
What time it is?
3 to 5.
Okay.
Dentist appointment, I'm gonna cancel that. 4:30. I don't pick up on that.
Yeah, I do have a dentist appointment on the 20th, but it's at 8 AM. I'm done there by 8:30.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Now,
So
you gonna send a meeting invitation?
I will send a meeting invitation, right? June
Okay.
19th. And Robert's not here, so I'm going to assume that Robert will be available. Or I will ask him. All right, so for the other stuff, then we will figure that out later on for the other policies.
Mhm.
Okay, sounds good. So the last thing here is a few quick updates. Ancient Forest. So we are hitting some roadblocks, as you all know, for the Ancient Forest work. So we have reached out for the interpretive center. So the status is we had a concept design done for the interpretive center through an architect. So we have thrown that out to a few contractors who were willing to provide us with a class D or C estimate just from the concept design. And we have received a range from $5.5 to $6.5 million for the interpretive center alone. The way it is right now, which is not possible. Again, we have to at least fit in the interpretive center and the boardwalk together within. We have probably $8 million left, right? So the initial was 8.4, 8.3. So I have reached back to the funding agency, mostly province. So we have came up with a custom solution for this. We want to do a contractor a construction management contract. That means that we will do a CCDC 5B contract with a contractor. We will throw it to separate individuals, as individuals means individual companies. And province said they're okay with it because we have not have found a lot of interest from contracting companies. So I have made them aware that they're not going to be a lot of interest or interested people, especially if we are going to a CCDC 5B, which is not a lot of money for the contractor themselves. What they will do, they will come work with the engineering consultant and tell them that, hey, you are designing, say, cedar logs for outside. That's going to cost you $1.5 million just for the building envelope. Instead of that, do whatever, and that would be, say, 600,000. So they will bring the cost component in the design phase itself, and they will be paid a remuneration for that. So province said, as long as that contract is under $50,000, we can just go ahead and see whoever is interested and kind of get it done. And that is a way we'll likely to have more success in the process than what we are seeing right now. So we have reached out to Skowden, the engineering consultant, Scott Kemp, who was the architect, and engaged with IDL and also PRD construction. So PRD gave us a estimate which is under 50,000. They have reached out to the province. So how I did it is kind of took the approval first from the province, because I didn't want to do all of this legwork and then go back and province say no. So province is kind of taking the lead on this so that we can go into that approach and be able to put the tender or be able to consolidate the tender sooner than later. In this approach, it might take about 2 to 3 months. So that's a quick update on the ancient forest wastewater system. You know that groundbreaking is scheduled on June 28th. Todd is coordinating the logistics from the communication standpoint. He has, I have provided him the few things he requested me, and everything's good. Water system upgrade design work is ongoing, and progress we have so far is satisfactory, way more than satisfactory, I would say. Any question? Sorry for the trade, but yeah, I know we don't have a lot of time today. Okay, so that was all from me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
so it's 12:04. We're gonna pause for lunch and we'll be back at 1. we're back.
And
And construction.
Janet, do you have to go ahead?
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. It's back after lunch. Now we have last department, Sienna, Tanya, sorry, you have the chair.
Okay, Janet Chea, hello, how are you? Thank you for seeing me. So I have a few things today, the annual rates and expenditure laws, plan of survey approval, land use plan update, and the lands update. So for the annual rates and expenditure laws, do I have to go through all of this, or do I just get background, or how do you want? How do you guys want?
I leave it all of you.
Okay, so the nation has joined the First Nations Fiscal Management Act since 2013. It's an annual, you do your rates and your expenditure laws. And so this is following the FMA, or the First Nations Fiscal Management Act. I just needed to- Yeah.
You have the whole.
Need to read the.
Go for it, yeah. And I'll sign.
So the Chief and Council of the Kwet'lut'enneh First Nation of British Columbia do hereby resolve as follows. Whereas Kwet'lut'enneh has created the Kwet'lut'enneh Property Taxation Law 2013 and the Kwet'lut'enneh Property Assessment Law 2013, pursuant to Section 3 of the First Nations Fiscal Management Act of the FNA, respecting taxation for local purpose of reserve lands or rights to occupy, possession, or use reserve lands. And whereas Section 3 of the Kwet'lut'enneh Property Taxation Law 2013 authorizes council to appoint tax administrators to fulfill the responsibilities given to the tax administrator under the Kwet'lut'enneh Property Taxation Law 2013 and the Kwet'lut'enneh Property Assessment Law 2015, now therefore be it resolved that Kwet'lut'enneh, under the authority of Chief and Council, the state hereby officially appoint Tanya Slonis in capacity as tax administrator pursuant to Section 3 of the Kwet'lut'enneh Taxation Law 2013. I forgot to mention the first PCR is to appoint me as tax administrator, so I can do all this work.
You can do all the work.
Yes,
Or.
and then read the second one? Or no, I guess you have to do,
Oh, we're all signing the jar rolls.
Oh.
I'm sure you have to do standard stuff.
oh, okay. The second one is the Chief and Council of Kwet'lut'enneh First Nation in British Columbia do hereby resolve as follows that pursuant to Section 5, whereas pursuant to Section 5 of the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, the Council of the First Nation may make laws respecting taxation for local purposes of reserve lands and interests or rights in reserve lands, including laws authorizing the expenditure of local revenues. Whereas the Council of the First Nation has made a property assessment law and a property taxation law, and therefore be it resolved that the following laws are hereby enacted pursuant to the provisions of the First Nations Fiscal Management Act for the purpose of the establishment of the Kwet'lut'enneh First Nations Annual Rates Law 2024 and the Kwet'lut'enneh First Nations Annual Expenditure Law 2024. And these laws come into force and effect on the day after it is approved by the First Nations Tax Commission. The reason I have two is one gets email or mail to the First Nations Tax Commission and email. The next item is Fort George #2 Plan of Survey Approval. So this is for the fisheries building and the health center. We did surveys. We had to redo the fisheries building to make sure that, because there was one done before, but when they built the fence, it was outside of the, we just fixed that, and then we did an actual parking unit for the health center. So we got Shauna Gertson from McElhinney to do it, and the DCR is, whereas Kwet'lut'enneh has control of its reserve lands and resources pursuant to the Framework Agreement on First Nations Land Management Act, with the Framework Agreement as ratified by Kwet'lut'enneh on October 25th, 2000, on behalf of the Government of Canada by the First Nations Land Management Act, given royal assent on June 17th, 1999.
Whereas pursuant to the framework agreement, the Clayton Land Code came into force in effect on December 1st, 2000, and whereas a survey was conducted by Sean Sturtson, CLS on Fort George Iron Number 2 for partial designation of the reserve. Now therefore be it resolved that the Chief and Council of the Clayton First Nation hereby approves the following plan for recording in the Canada Land Survey records. Plan of surveys of lot 64 and 265 Fisheries Building and Health Center on Fort George Iron Number 2 in British Columbia under the Surveyor General Branch File Number 2024-10048, Plan ID 234121667 BL SURB 001 dated May 17, 2024. So this is to ensure that it gets, this gives instructions to the Surveyor General Branch to register it.
Do you have the meeting homes too? With the homes that's there, it's putting in.
We're getting the survey work done for all the lots, and that one is, we have one big lot that we're gonna do, because they're tiny homes, and then we're gonna have one. We're gonna be, if he wants it separated, we can do that too.
Cool.
But yeah, the survey work that's currently being done is, they're just finishing it up, and then once it's all checked through to make sure that it's correct, then it'll come back to Chief and Council for approval like this.
Mhm.
For the land use. Next year. Land use plan update. So we did, I met with our resource center, the First Nations Land Management Resource Center on June 4th, and confirmed that the nation has been approved to complete a land use plan update, and they will receive funding of $125,000 to complete the project by November 1st, 2025. After that, we're done the land use plan update, and I don't think it'll take that long. That's just the normal milestones that they go with, because we already have one from 2017. So once that is done, we can apply for implementation funding up to $175,000. So it just has the 7 milestones in the briefing note of how it's paid. Once they meet all the milestones, I just send them a confirmation, and then they'll send that by EFT to the nation. And so I just wanted approval from Chief and Council to have Tofik to DocuSign the funding arrangement.
Oh, it came today, right?
Yeah. I just wanted approval before we sign it, and yeah, so now you can sign it. And I did review it. I reviewed the paper. Yeah. So I have the land update, the EMP. For the environmental management plan, we are having our second meeting. We have started meeting quarterly. So the second one is tonight from 5 until 8, but I have a feeling we'll be down by 7 because we're getting on grad weekends and everybody wants to get. So we have 40 to 45 participants on the March 22nd meeting. We re-released the survey to the AGM date, and we got 214, but there was duplicates, so it actually came out to 178 people that participated in the survey. So we have a really good idea of where we're going with the environmental management plan. And the environmental management plan is by the people. So it's their plan. It'll be whatever comes up with it and out of the survey results. So I'm hoping, we're going through the results today, preliminary results. And then the goal is to have it completed well before the December 31st deadline. We do have a meeting on November 30th scheduled, so we're aiming for that date to have it finished. Once we complete the Once we complete it, we'll also be eligible to apply for implementation funding. And the next dates are September 21st and November 30th at the House of Ancestors, which is going to be on a Saturday from 11 until 3. Are there any questions on the EMP? Everybody is welcome to attend as well.
So in the document signing, the vote was made.
Oh, I told them to change it to token.
This is what I got.
Okay, I'll. Yeah, I didn't have it. Okay, I gave her your information. It might be your email. So it must just be an automatic thing. I'll get that fixed as soon as we're done here. So were there any questions? So there have been questions about a gravel pit. And you guys do have a gravel pit, but you have not used it since the first project, it seems. So is that like the other one where it's mostly sand?
This one, I think, where is it?
There's two
There's.
Okay, yeah, that one was, I saw was mostly sand.
on the red green.
Okay,
I think that one was saying.
Okay.
In the beers.
okay, so the requests were from in-house, for the community wastewater thing. Just a question from housing, but not a request. The request was from community wastewater. And so we just want to know, do you want to even have utilization of a gravel pit in any form? Because they're going to purchase gravel either way. I don't know if that's something that of us want to do. It sounded like it
They would have,
made a mess last time and.
yeah, it couldn't, because there's no ground.
Yeah, there's no
So
gravel.
there's no gravel anyway?
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
gravel anyway.
Everything that they had
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
For this,
For this,
but
Yeah.
it, I can't remember what grade it was.
Wasn't the best.
Wasn't.
okay, so that's not even a question.
Or, yeah,
Okay, well, I
I
would,
would not, it's just, it's not a pit, it's not a gravel pit.
okay,
Well, I believe, Gang is working on something with Modi right now to utilize one of their multiple gravel pits from town.
okay,
Yeah, so I think that's, the next meeting for that is on the same day on the 20th.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'll let them know that there is no gravel anyway, so, and I'll just make sure that whatever gravel that is brought onto the reserve, that they have really strict conditions of where they're getting it and the trucks that are bringing it. So they're not bringing invasive plants on the reserve. Okay, that cleans up that whole question. Civic addressing, Jan and I met with the regional district, about civic addressing, and so we already discussed that we are moving forward, so we're just waiting until we're completed the lots. Once we're done that, then we actually can move ahead, and I just wanted to quickly update you about it. That it will be easier for emergency services, and the regional district will help us, but we also have Delaney and myself that can, it's pretty simple to do the updates, but there will be house numbering changes to make sure that all of the numbers, because right now they just go by the lot numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, whichever number it was set up in. So we'll make it all be numerical, and it'll go by thousands. So that it'll be easier to find people in the event of an emergency. When we do that, we will also read it. We'll send out a notification to the members again. We did send out one already. But we'll send another one out and say, here's all the information of what's happening, and give them contacts for like Visa, how to update their driver's license and all utility billing and all of that. And we also are getting a grant for $3,000 to assist with this from Integrated Cadastral Information Society. So they'll be helping us with that. And once we roll it out, we're hoping to also roll out a whole numbering, like when we're doing the numbering, we'll have lot numbers. I'm not sure if it'll be it just some way that it'll be easy to see and easy to read at night. So we'll work with housing to make sure that that happens. And
I have a
then,
question.
Yep.
When we talked about this quite a while back, way back in the day, the number one question was like, it wasn't so much a change in our IDs and stuff, but the postal service. Are you gonna, this time, are you gonna, are we gonna, do a mass thing about the addresses so that the tenants don't have to go through all the, because the last time they changed the address, like from the, whatever it was back in the day to lot numbers, we had a hard time with the, postal service.
I can give the information of where they can contact, like the post office and how they can go about it. But with most of them, I don't think I'll have permission to, I wouldn't have permission to change somebody's address, so it would have to be them directly. But
I know, but I mean, like, at least give us a letter with the, you know, so that it'd be easier for us.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
a letter saying, yes,
Yeah,
change all these.
So it'd be easier for us
Yeah.
to go in and the postal
Oh,
service. Yeah.
$2.
It's just the postal service that gave us a really hard time the last time.
Okay,
Everything else was easy peasy, but it was the postal service that was the most difficult one to get through.
that's a good point.
Yeah. That's not good. We don't have that in our maps. This is a letter stating that we changed.
Okay,
Yeah, so just so that it makes it easier for us that's living, you know, in those, in the units on and off, on reserve to bring to our postal service.
That's why we're waiting until we get the survey completed.
Mhm.
So it's not gonna be completed right away.
Mhm.
Even if we get the survey done this month, we wouldn't be able to. bring-
No, I know that, yeah, that's to be easy.
But that'll help because once we have all of the lot numbers, then we'll be able to change it in the system properly. And, they're gonna try and work on Google as well, like all of that updating.
Mhm.
So there were a couple other questions, building on reserve band members, if that's something that is allowable or something that is being done. I heard that there was approval back in the day for IR number 3. I'm gonna try and get this right. Please, check.
That's Benachek.
Please, check. So there was a house there that we saw, a cabin, and apparently another one that they never got completed. They were approved by council a long time ago, and then there was no funding for it in the end. So I don't know if this is something, and I know there's a trailer that was brought on by a band member that was approved to be put on one of the lots. So is that something that council approves or for band members to do? If so, I just want to know what the procedure is.
We've had a lot of discussions about this. I would recommend you have a meeting. You request a meeting with council. We'll find a date and we'll come in and we'll discuss it and go back through the history and stuff, because I'm trying to think of the cabins you're talking about.
There is one right now. Fredericks have a cabin up, like a house.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember that one. But I don't remember the card.
And there's no power and stuff.
No.
to it,
No.
but water, but- Yeah, we just went out there on June 5th. This question has come up a few times by members, as well as, asking, I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like some uncle somewhere is telling people that band members can get like 100 acres, and they can just build on reserve land. And that's like, I tell them, as far as I know, from what I can gather, that's not correct. And that, it could have been something that happened if you're going to a treaty, because usually that's a land exchange, but it goes to the band
Yeah.
if members stay in common. So it's come up about 3 times from different people, and usually they're just like, oh, my uncle or somebody said, so I let them know that that is incorrect as far as I know, but I'd find out more, as well as I do know that if members want to build within your traditional territory on like build a cabin or something, like that is possible, but that doesn't, the lands is not a part of that. That would be natural resources.
Robert?
That could help with.
Yeah, things will help.
Yeah.
Robert?
Yeah, so I sent Tanya an email the other day about building some kind of a cabin out in Lisbanichek, because that's where my grandmother grew up and was raised too. So she said she was going to look into that. I think what's happening is that people are, you're right, people are being given incorrect information about building and stuff like that, because obviously it has to go through Lands Authority, right, in order to do stuff like that. So is it impossible? I don't know. But I believe that it probably is possible, but it has to be followed through the rules and the guidelines that are laid out in our lands rules and laws, right? So yeah, I know there's a couple other people that have said the same thing. I know that the Fredericks have laid claim to that whole area. They said it's theirs. I disagree with that. Unless there's unequivocal proof that it's there, then, you know, we should be not honoring things, but we should be at least looking at when people are making inquiries as to whether or not they can build cabins or homes or whatever you have out on reserve lands. The other part of it is that you'll maybe have to fill me in on that a little bit more, Tanya, about on the unceded territory that's outside of reserve lands, because I'd be curious about that as well in building a cabin. I know there's a few people from the nation that have done that. I think Crystal or Tammy told me about that one time, about what's going on out east of town, and that sounds like a great idea. Just have to start exploring that a little bit more too.
Okay, yeah, Bingo, I think he even had something at the AGM about if people are want to look into that, to speak to Bingo.
Yeah, so Banga, you contact Banga with that. So I've been looking myself as well as for a place to put a cabin, for a hunting cabin. So we have to do the coordinates. And then Banga's gotta do whatever he does. It's gotta be registered with the forestry and all this other stuff. But yeah, Banga knows how to do it all.
But if it's on the reserve, that's
Oh,
something
no.
Yeah, no, I know it.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, Dolly, outside of the reserve part. But if it's something that's on reserve though, Tanya, you can look into that for members and find out exactly what the process, if there is one, about building a cabin in those places if they were wanting to do that, right?
Yeah, so as far as I know right now, they're like, I can't find any processes in lands. It has been done though, so I know I'll dig deeper, and I'll also hopefully we can set up a meeting before I leave here to discuss this further with council. But on the other note, what I've been telling band members, and I'll let you know as well, is that once we start this land use plan update, this is a really good place for members to include whether they want to do building and development. I did put a question in the survey. I haven't been able to check the results yet on the band survey that they put out at the AGM. But I did ask the question, do members want to continue with rentals, or do they want to look into allotments or leases? I just haven't been able to check the answers on that. But that's where the land use plan would come in. And so I'm hoping to get as many members and council and lands authority to attend the environmental management plan, the land use plan update. Those are really important to get council's input as well when we do that. When I send out surveys, I know they're long, but if you can please in the future attend the meetings and fill out the surveys. Go ahead.
Joshua?
So are we talking about like hunting cabins or homes? So I hear
I
two
think-
different things.
So the cabins for the traditional territory, those are hunting cabins, fishing
Yeah.
and hunting cabins. There has been questions about like cabins,
Being built on reserve.
like family cabins and also homes to be built.
Okay. Yeah, because that's two different.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about homes on reserve, this might be an opportunity for us to, because I know nobody under the age of 50 will ever really probably own a home unless they own the market early. This could be an opportunity where we can help them acquire that funding to build their own homes on reserve. Because I know that housing was talking about something, some sort of grant process, which can bring people back home too.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
And we get to talk to housing too then.
I think housing and land.
So can we
Finance.
set up a date? Well,
Yeah,
here.
we should have everybody there, like, because of liability.
Well, we'd have to include administration too, because,
Tophet and
Yeah.
Mega,
yeah, administration, land,
liability. Thinking so it works.
and how, well, that's administration.
I know, I remember when people lived out that cabin you're talking about, the band had to supply propane fridges, stoves, firewood, keep the roads plowed. And that's the one issue with that one where.
Right now, they said they're keeping their roads plowed, with all the neighbors.
And that road, Cut Bank Road.
It is very, the erosion on there is, cause they were explaining how the road used to be actually down by the river
Yeah.
and that's how much it's eroded, it's like.
Yeah.
Hill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
There's just stuff to look at, things first to look at, but yeah, because I remember when the family lived out there. And there was a gentleman living out there, say 3 years ago, 4 years ago,
4, no,
whatever,
Yeah.
like we said, we had to supply with fire.
yeah, firewood, yeah.
okay. So when is everyone available?
We're looking in July.
Yeah, it would have to be
Okay.
mid-July, I'd say.
It'll have to be after the.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So seconds. Just.
Just wait. July.
July.
After the 19th?
Yes.
How about the 29th?
29th,
Monday?
Perfect.
Monday, 20, June 29th.
29th.
Everyone okay with?
July.
July,
July.
July 29th, yeah,
July 29th,
sure.
Alright.
the day with lands.
Lanes, housing, administration.
Land.
Can we get
I would just put,
meeting thing?
putting.
It's a meeting invite.
invite.
Is
Yeah,
it,
that's-
will be home day, right?
Yeah, meeting and like, yeah, it'll be all day, it'll be an all day thing most likely.
It's up to you guys how.
Well, could you have
Okay,
it
well, I
like
just booked a
every
day because if we book it 2 hours, then we're gonna go for 4 hours.
4 hours?
Then we come back.
Yeah,
Oh, we forgot this.
Johnson Street Office, right? Johnson Street Office?
Sure.
Burns will talk.
Okay.
And we'll
Yeah.
just spend a day and we'll talk about it and just, because this is gonna lead into, well, I wanna build a closer to the health center,
yeah,
right? So this is gonna be, then we're talking a lot of infrastructure.
That's what the land use plan is gonna help with, where residential is, where, the commercial, industrial, whatever types of, lots that
Yeah.
the nation wants.
Yeah, because there was one we couldn't do this because we didn't have wastewater, that infrastructure.
But no, we're getting all of that now.
and because,
Then it's another thing, will the band finance, if they want to purchase their own home?
And I did,
Or can they finance it and get a loan from the bank? And honestly, I don't know how that works. I don't know.
This is the insurance.
Like,
Bank gonna give the financing mortgage, but, the bank have to, we get the guarantor. That is the liability there.
Mm.
with the bank.
See, this is.
So we're hoping to also work on a land code amendment, at the kind of around the same time as the land use plan, because there's no funding for land code amendment. But if we work it at the same time as the land use plan, then, we can include, say, if the nation does want to do allotments, like A to E leasing, to make sure that financing is covered for financial corporations, banks, whatever, so they're covered. But
Is there anything on Wood River?
There's no access. Don't read it.
is that
There's no
Salaco?
So
No, access.
We're gonna go out there, in July to, I'm hoping to get a hold of fisheries to use their boat. Cause they said that's the only way we can access it,
Yeah,
because
it
it's
is, I have.
You have to illegally
a
cross the side
private
bridge. If you
land and it's like,
see a bridge that goes across, there's no walkway.
what happens it happens a lot with reserves.
And I'll end with that, and the land use plan for that is just agricultural land here.
Yeah, there's private land.
private all around it?
On the east side of it, I'm pretty sure, right, Tanya? On the far side, I believe that's private land. On the western side is crown land.
There you go.
Yeah.
Will there be access that way?
That way is.
I don't
Could
think
be,
but
but-
it's crown line.
Yeah.
And we can just get it from the federal government and say we want access to our.
Oh, yeah, true,
Punch a rule through there.
yeah.
They should.
I'll look for that.
Yeah.
It's who's trying?
My grandpa's.
Dear God.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So that would have been an old KO, and then the family would have lived there, and then once the surveyors came through to create the reserves,
Mhm.
they just basically created reserves for people to live in. That's why downtown became a reserve, that's why my river reserves are, and those one chips a reserve.
Mhm.
So rather than here, maybe here, and here, we moved there, they just said, oh, there's Indians here, this is your reserve. And then the sickness came just before that too, so there wasn't a lot of people living in reserves either.
Mhm. And that also ties into the fact about like what you were talking about, owning on. If in the future people want to own their own home, we also talked about that in lands and owners funds and the housing. It's gonna be a quite sticky situation because reserve lands itself doesn't own, the nations don't own it.
The band, the federal.
The band does not own it. So the houses themselves could be band owned, but no bank will fund or touch you with no collateral.
Yeah, so
So that's the problem with trying to own your own home on reserve.
that is an issue,
Mhm.
which is why,
Mhm.
and it already says something in your land code about,
Yeah,
I can't remember if it's leasing or allotments. But when we do the update, if we include the A to A leasing, that will cover, because while the land isn't technically owned by the band members, it can be leased.
Yeah.
It can be leased like however
Yeah.
long,
Mhm.
75, 99, how many other years the band wants when they go through the land use plan. But they also, that will cover for financing, for banking, to make sure that, they're covered, to make sure that they can get their money no matter, but it would be first right of
Yeah.
refusal to come to the nation, so that, say if something does happen, the nation would always have the first chance to
to get it back,
yeah.
Yeah.
If they're not,
Yeah.
the tax.
because that was the other issue.
And then when you also do that, you can, I think you guys also have a matrimonial real property act.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that A to A leasing will cover, say if a band member has a home and they want to make sure, because I know in a lot of nations, their children may not be members, or they might not be status, or whatever your membership code is like. So that they're covered, so that when in the unfortunate event if they pass away, that their children will still be able to stay there at least.
Because
That
that's
land
not
can
the
never
time.
go, that land can never go to non-band members,
No.
but that house
Mm,
that they paid for can go to their children until their children,
mhm.
however, they can live out their lives there, or their spouse, if their spouse is a non-member, that their spouse can still remain on the house, in the house, until for as long as they're alive. But they can't will it.
No, they
pass
can't,
it to
no,
anybody
they can't
that's
will it
not
to
a
anybody,
band member.
and they don't own it.
So that's how we can cover that off, if that's we'll cover it in the lands meeting. to see what kind of
Because
direction.
questions.
Yeah, yes.
It's personally, so I can understand it, like,
Yeah.
if band owns the land, they get financing, buy a house, pay the house off. But with the matrimonial property law,
So
they pass on, they can let their kids live there, and then
their,
what happens
their
after-
spouse.
or their spouse, what happens after that spouse passes? Because
Then it
technically,
goes
they
back.
own the house.
Then it would, it really depends on how the wills go. Say if you have a 99-year lease, that covers whatever, it could be 25 years, whatever the band wants. So you live in this house and then your child who's, it's a non-band, like if they're a band member, you can just will it to them and then they can get the house and the land that it's on.
Okay, say they're not status.
But if they're not status, but they're children and they want them to have that land until they're done. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know how to explain it. So they use that lease agreement. It's an A to A lease and says, yes, they can live there until then. If they have that lease stay for 99 years and their child is either way, they can still keep willing that lease
Oh, okay.
down until that lease is completed. So it depends on how long you want the lease for. And then for the spouse, if it's the spouse that's a non-First Nation, they can live there for the rest of their lives. But they would not be able to will it to anybody else because it's not theirs. You know what I mean? Because they're not the band member.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense though, because if the child is not the band member, they wouldn't be able to either.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'd only be able to keep it to them. Yeah, so,
while they're there.
so it was the child, it's a non-band member. As long as it's a non-band member, they can't will it down.
If they, Crystal and Josh are a couple, they're married. Crystal status, Josh isn't. They go and get a loan, they buy this lease for 99 years. They're able to get financing to build a house. They grow old together, the house is paid for. Crystal passes, Josh is left.
Because you have a,
But they didn't have any children, but they have numerous nieces and nephews. And so Josh is near his end days. What happens to that paid house that these two have paid for 50 years? Right? Like,
so
you know,
they would have a lease on it.
Mhm.
They would definitely have a lease on it. There would be no more heirs that are band members that are their children.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. But these are the kinds of questions that we want to be able to, so when we do the land code update, we can include a portion that says A to A leasing. But even before you do that, you have to actually make, it's called a member interest law. So that whole member interest law will cover all of this.
Yeah,
It won't be covered completely in the land code.
So how does that law work? You guys drafted that and then.
But it's all up to the band member. So whoever shows up at the meetings they're gonna be helping figure out how this is gonna be and how it's gonna work. And so if chief and council or the lands authority wants to have a say in it, then I really encourage you to attend these lands meetings, because it's hard I can't tell everybody how their land programs.
Because we're very visual, that's where,
Yeah.
like, these two are married.
Mhm.
She passed 50 years paying on the house, she passes away, he's on Lindy, no kids. What happens to the house that they've been paying for?
When we go through that member interest law, if that's where it sounds like that's where will probably be going. That's where we can have like those actual, scenarios worked out.
Oh.
So that it'll make it easier for people to see in their own situations.
Josh, then Wendy.
Yeah, I'm just, I think if we, let's say I did sign a 99-year lease, we have all the, and then for some reason, no Clayton person ever marries another Indigenous person. That means like the next generation will be the last band member, right? And then the generation after that, which would be about 70 years in the lease, there'd be no Clayton people.
Do you guys have your own membership, custom membership?
You know, not yet.
So I think that's where we're gonna start.
Mhm.
Because that way you got nation members or
So,
status members.
Yeah, that's,
A lot of that.
yeah.
for my nation,
Mhm.
in 2004, we made, like, we've been custom election code since the late 90s. Because the government, they say less than 25%, you're not status, you're not a band member, you're not an Indian anymore. And that's part of their whole genocide thing, where they just want to get rid of Indians.
Mhm.
So we have our own custom membership code, which we say if you have a drop of taken in blood, then you're a band member. And we have a status list, which is a ISK list. And when we also have a membership list, which some of them are not status, but they're still band members.
Oh,
So we're just going for an update right now because we still have issues with that.
Is that because you're a treaty First Nation?
No, we had that before treaty because we knew the government was, their plan is that after so many generations that there will be no more status. Because all their funding, everything is all based on status.
Mhm.
But membership code, it can be up to each nation how you want, if you want quantum or if you don't want. If you just want to have lineage or, that's a whole different thing, but that's why our nation went for that because we know that after so long, after so many generations, there will be no status.
Mhm.
Wendy?
And another thing too about the leasing thing, I remember when we talked about somewhat of it in lands. We talked also about the scenario that Josh just brought up, but also the fact that if the band members default or whoever's leasing that the member defaults their loan, then we have to make absolute sure that in the process of the borrowing or getting the money, that there's a clause in there that automatically goes back to the nation and not.
First right.
Yeah, because that could happen too, because it's happened in Saskatchewan where they lost half their reserve or whatever, their nation because of that. Them not doing the proper banking thing, and the bank owned it, so the bank had the right to sell it.
In that case.
So they have like,
Doesn't the
No.
bond have the legal right to say that's your
No,
coach ticket?
not if you don't have it in the proper, if it's not in the proper contract and you don't properly word it, then no.
And it also says in the land that
Yeah.
the land cannot go to.
Yeah, it cannot go, yeah, so we have to make sure that's also in the agreement.
That would all be
Yeah.
included.
Mhm.
The first right of
Yeah,
refusal.
in
would go
the
to
agreements, yeah.
And also, but this is all
See,
hypothetical.
that's all
Yeah.
It's like
but
we're doing the
Yeah.
EMP right now, then we do the land use plan and the land code at the same time, and then from there, member interest law,
Mhm.
if that's where everybody says they want to go.
See why we needed a day?
Now, see, and I have all these extra things that I just kept thinking about. I did talk to you are chiefing council. I did talk to the Elders Society, and so we're gonna move ahead with doing a ground penetrating radar around on the cemetery and around the cemetery, just to make sure that to see if there are any unmarked graves outside. If there- Yeah, if there are, then I can't do anything until I go back to the Elder Society to request permission on what they would like us to do.
Josh, then Robert.
Can we get like the cost analysis, the ground penetration radar, and then possibly look at the other sites that we have around?
Can you get a copy of it?
Just the cost analysis, so like when
Oh,
you
cost,
charge it
yeah.
and then.
Robert?
I haven't looked into getting quotes, so
Okay.
to do a request for proposals. Go ahead.
Okay, so you just said that you had to get permission from the Elder Society in order to do ground penetrating sonar.
Yeah, that was just the very first step to ask them if we can even move ahead as looking into this.
Okay, so is that a policy driven thing where you have to go to the elders and ask them first? I'm just curious because when we're talking about our lands, I believe that this is a lands authority thing, but if this is a decision that has to be, that's a pretty big decision. That's something that has to be done through this council. Unless this is a policy driven thing, I think this is more of our call more than their call. Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't really know because when I ask council sometimes they tell me to check with the elders, and then when I check with the elders, they tell me yes or no. I've only met with.
Sorry, I've never heard of this before. So I think
Yeah,
I don't know who on council is saying that, but I think as far as if you're doing that kind of penetrating stuff in the park, then that's a decision that should be brought before the council for us to decide. I'm having a hard time understanding why the elders are the first to go to. If that's a policy driven thing, then hey, I'll just be quiet, but I don't think that it is.
No, it's on reserve, Robert. The one out here on north side reserve, the cemetery over there.
Maybe I got it wrong.
Okay.
I had a question before about the lot 25. And so when it was mentioned, there was also mention about the elders. And so I just thought this was the same type of thing. So
I
that
think,
could have been my mistake.
oh, no. So what I remember, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was a long time ago. Josh probably remembers. They wanted to expand the cemetery out here on reserve. And the elders said, no, don't touch it. Leave it as it is. So that's pretty much why you get told to go to the elders on what happens with the reserve cemetery.
Okay. I also. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm still a little confused here. So when it comes to any cemetery, whether it's on the north side or in town or wherever it is, I'm still not following why the elders have to be consulted first. This is a pretty big decision that has to do with us as a council when it comes to our reserve lands. I don't believe that's a decision. I get consultation, I understand that, but unless there's something in policy that actually says that, I think we need to be very careful because we're the governance of this, and I think we have the ultimate decision when it comes to doing that stuff. And it's not that I don't disagree with what anybody's saying. I just think that the decision ultimately lies with the council and not with any other society or body.
Yeah, I think the confusion here is just the words that were used. So when they do reach out to the elders, it is a consultation capacity to kind of give guidance on how to do things in a culturally appropriate way. The decision does come to council, but we rely that the elders' words as a part of that decision making, because in the end, we are the ones who are accountable for those decisions that are being made. But it's more of a consulting capacity to make sure that we're doing it in a culturally safe way.
I didn't actually bring it to council, so I just thought about it to bring it to council. I would get permission first, but what I thought was, my thoughts were that before I even do anything, I should probably get there to see if the elders if it's something they would even approve before I even do any work, because otherwise, if I do come to council and everything, then it's before they say yes or no, then maybe we do all of this work and then I get back to elders and they're like, nope. And then all that work will be for nothing. And I do understand that council is the governing body. I understand that completely. I just think like with the lot 25 as
I
well.
think that's what this started. You went to the elders about lot 25
Yeah,
and they just
And then-
continued the conversation and what they wanted.
and I did too.
Yeah.
But for the lot 25, I know council said not to touch it, but I was asking if I can, because it's already plotted. It was plotted in 1991. There's the pins that were done. And I just really want to make it actual lot so that when we do the land use plan, we can say this is protected area. This cannot, nothing can be touched. But if it's not a lot, then we can't define it when we're doing the land use plan update. And so I did ask the elders and they did say that, because I mentioned this before, that we wouldn't be putting any more pins. We won't be touching it. We'll just be making the lines on the, in our can, like the survey lines, just to make sure that in the future that we can say, this is protected. It says it right there. It's registered as protected and nobody can touch it.
Robert?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And like Josh was saying, it's more of a consulting thing. Now, my other question is that when you're talking about speaking to the elders, what elders are you referring to? Because when you're looking at our reserve or the lands that we have a lot of elders that are from here that don't actually live there, that were around a long time ago, but they're just not living there. So is this an elder society thing, or is this where you're talking to a lot of elders that are from the whole nation as a whole?
The Elder Society.
So it's just one segment of the population then is what kind of you're going after here then?
Yeah, it's the only group that I know that for the elders, to my knowledge.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, I will make sure that in future that I do consultation with the elders and get proper authority through chief and council.
Yeah, I think first it's just to not beat the dead horse here, but it's a lands authority issue to begin with. It should be brought to the executive director. We should be informed about it, consulting with the elders, and brought back to the council for an okay. I think that's kind of the gist of what I'm seeing here or understanding, correct?
That's what I hope. There are actually no policies and procedures on how to do all of this stuff, so I'm kind of just doing it how I think.
So that being said, Tanya, maybe this is just my suggestion, is to have maybe put that into the land code as well. That's a great idea. I think you're on the right track, and then it's just a matter of the council rubber stamping it and sending you on your way, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to include, but we're also going to be working on a development procedures manual, but there's like a huge list in lands, and so trying to tackle it all just coming in is, yeah, it is on the to-do list. And then the last question is the dog issues. We've been having a lot of dog issues, and I know I do speak to my manager, Tofik, about this, but I just thought, because there is no policy and procedure on how to do this, so I've been let know to, if there is an issue, to write a letter to that person. I already sent out notices a couple times about issues and that we would move forward, but I just want to know how many times do I have to write a letter, or I just really worry about the safety of the members and of the other animals, as well as neglect to the animals. And I just want to know if I just keep writing letters, or do I move ahead with removing animals that are a danger to members, other animals, and that are being neglected and starved.
Robert?
Okay, so when it comes to the animal issue, animal control, I mean, obviously this falls under a lands authority thing, correct? You're saying there's no policy right now, Tanya?
No, there's a draft animal control law that has been in draft. And it comes up at every lands authority meeting, and I do try and deal with it. But then I can't really do anything about it. And I just worried that if I don't have the authority to do anything about it, to remove these animals or because there is nothing in place, that something may happen because I've only been here, this is my 6th month, and they're escalating. The bylaw officers were called for something that happened from animals on reserve, but it happened just outside of the reserve. And so people want to come and help us, but we have to actually call them and say, hey, we need these removed and we need somebody to sign off on removal and that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, but also we gotta keep in consideration too, that there has to be absolute proof about neglect and beating and stuff, because I got called on a lot about my dog. And my dog, they called the SPCA, police, everybody, that I'm beating my dog and I'm starving my dog, and I've never, yes, he's chained up, he has a runner, you know, we treat him proper, we let him inside when it's stormy, but I've never mistreated anybody or my dog. It's just that these certain people are angry at me for some reason. So the police came the other day again, asking about my dog to go. I'm not talking about the other dogs. I don't know anything about that, but my dog. Like, why are you complaining about my dog now? So I'm wondering, like, how do I defend myself as a tenant and as an animal owner?
and so I understand that completely. I want to make sure that everything is done in fairness to both parties because they're alleged incidents, of course.
Yeah.
But what I do, I make sure that before I even look at anything, it has to be in writing. It has to be documented, who saw it, what they saw, and it has to be that person.
Even that, like, I'm not home, and you want me to have proof? How can I have proof if I'm not home? That's not fair. You got 8 people writing letters against me? No.
I understand that. And this keeps coming up at the land authority every single time, and every other week I get an email or a phone call about it. And if Chief and Council doesn't want me to do anything about it, then please just tell me that, and then I will, because it really is a lot of time
It is,
that I don't have time for. And if it's important though, but I am in so many directions. I need to be focused and I need direction on what you want me to do. If you want me to even go with the.
Okay, go with Robert, Crystal, and Josh.
Go ahead.
Robert?
So, yeah, so here's what I suggest you do. Just in my own opinion, Tanya, is look at what we currently have for policy, and then look at perhaps adding some stuff to it to give some more kind of clarity to what it is that you can do as a lands authority manager, and to try to figure this out. I think it's important to maybe pull from looking at BCSPCA's policy and city bylaws. And I'm not saying that we have to make it, that's something we have to follow, but you can pull things from there as well, so that it kind of falls in line with what the policies are with the province and with the municipality. So that way, when there is an issue of an animal that needs to be dealt with, we're kind of falling in line with all of that. And I think that's probably the best way to deal with it. I have no problem supporting anybody yourself, that is dealing with this, as long as it's dealt with in an appropriate policy-driven manner. So I would just encourage you to not go back to the drawing board, but expand the drawing board a little bit more to what you already have in your arsenal to try to deal with the issue of animals.
Crystal?
Yeah, and just adding to that, the draft dog law
Mhm.
that, I think has been there for 100 years, but, because it does come up at every meeting. But, even if the lands authority went back into that draft, what makes it, it would just come to council for us to actually make it stand. And then with the MOU with, the SBCA, I think it was. Because right now they don't come on, do they?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
they come on to investigate, but they won't remove unless they get, authority.
And so if we have that law,
They do come on.
that's the authority. So what I'm saying is the law should be looked at, amended to where it needs to be amended with lands authority, and then just come to our table and we can enact it.
Mhm.
Yeah, when we first did the dog law, that's when we're looking at the treaty, and that was back in 2000, whatever. And at that point, what was supposed to happen is we did have that agreement with the BCSPCA, which is the first step. And then what was supposed to happen is the people who live on reserve are supposed to register their animals with administration,
Mhm.
and then that list would be given to the city with it, because we can't actually register our dogs with the municipalities from that jurisdiction. So when the animals would wander off reserve, because that was a big issue too. If they got free, they would pick them up and know where they belong to, rather than looking at just a dog with no. So that way you have the continuation of tracking where those animals are. That was the original plan, which then would also work with enforcement too, because if they see the same animals doing the same things, you can build that case up into and like thing, or try to find a solution to what's going on.
Now you see why we wanted a whole day with you.
And, sorry, I'm over, but just one,
Outside the meeting, we are waiting in the room.
okay, just one last thing is, so like all of the other projects that the dog law, it's never been adopted or amended, with all of, like, even the zoning law. So we can work on it and, move ahead that way. The SPCA or the pound or bylaw, whatever, they said they can come in, like they came out and investigated and they did see, like one dog was starving. And they did come to an actual incident that happened. And so they said they can come and remove. That's just one avenue. The other avenue is the animal abuse hotline, and that is where we'd have to put in an actual complaint. Once we do that, then somebody comes out and investigates, and they're like, they find out whether or not.
As long as, sorry, Tanya, sorry, Darlene, as long as they're working in conjunction with you, because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
we don't want to have outside agencies, you know, I mean, the police are one thing. The police are one thing. I know the SPCA has a very broad power base. They're allowed to investigate wherever they want, when they want, but just talking to them and convincing them and saying, hey, listen, when there's an incident, alert me right away as to whatever, that can be in the policy as well. So I think it's important that you have to be notified immediately when there's an issue, so that way it can be dealt with very quickly as well, right?
Okay. We'll move ahead with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it is 2 o'clock.
Sorry for going over.
Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you. So it is 2 o'clock, so the rest of the afternoon will be an in-camera session. So I hope everyone has a great day. Happy Father's Day to those out there watching, and we will see you next Thursday for the external business meeting. Thank you.
Do you guys want me to admit Malcolm? He's trying to get in here. Can you hear me? It's showing on my screen to admit him. Do you want? Oh, there he goes. He's in. Okay.
Voice disagreement, Adam?
We're not streaming no more, right? Adam?
Good afternoon.